It's not been very long at all since the last stream. We streamed yesterday with some Final Fantasy XIV, where we did the Dark Knight quests, which were quite fun. I've never done the Dark Knight quests before, but now it's time for us to do Astrologian. Now, off stream, I have leveled Bard, and I am just shy, like 6,500 experience shy of getting that up to 70. Of course, that isn't where I want to end it. I want to end it at 71 for the 300% epic echo. But once I've got Bard up to 71, I'm then going to start on Monk and Dragoon, which I think are the last of the A Realm Reborn classes that I haven't got up to level 70. Yeah, they are. And I'm hopefully going to get that done before my road to 80 buff runs out. Just because then I can do all of the A Realm Reborn relic stuff quite easily. Because I can just use the 300% epic echo to blitz through it. Dark Knight, Astro, and Machinist I'm not that worried about because we're going to have MSQ experience. And then I just need to level Red Mage and Samurai, really. But the thing is that the further we get into the game, like the more expansions that we get into and all the rest of it, the easier it's going to be to level stuff. It just is. But yeah, I literally was leveling this up until basically just before starting the stream. So I haven't even sorted out the gear for it, so it's all just still level 60 gear. I think I have some pieces in my glamour chest for it. So yeah, let's get going. Astro. Goals for today are do the Astro quests up to 50 because I need to for getting the full move set, which will help me to continue to level it. Well, no, not really continue to level it, because I'm planning on keeping Astro and Dark Knight a similar level to the MSQ that we're doing, so that they're always an option to go back to. But I still kind of want to go with Machinist for most of it, because getting that MSQ experience is so much more significant on a DPS class. Because it's difficult to get the experience from dungeons, because of the queue times. But yeah, once we've done this, we'll have done all of the job quests up to 50 for every class. And then I'm going to circle back and we're going to go and do the allied tribes, the allied beast tribes quests in A Realm Reborn. And then, depending on how much time all of this takes, we'll then continue the Heavensward MSQ. Where is it that I actually need to be? Quarry Mill. I'm using the best. Yeah. Cool. At some point when I can get a party together, I'll do Palace of the Dead, because I think it would be interesting, but that ain't right now. Now listen carefully, for we haven't much time. The star globe which you hold is both your sword and shield. It will grant you strength as well as protection. But most important of all, it will grant you insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heaven's ether into your body for use in all manner of magics. The better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic bodies, the better that ether might be manipulated to bring succor or pain. As you already know, the Star Globe is not the only tool an astromancer has at her disposal. Yes, the Arcana, or more specifically the 6 major Arcana, play a defining role in what type of astrologian you will become. Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future that a card predicts, but the card influencing the man so that a certain future becomes more attainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in a coming battle. What is it that brings this man his victory but ether tapped from one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, making it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked directly to a target's destiny, as well as yours. Are you the one who will see this man to fortune, or will you lead him to downfall? It all depends on your reading. Normally, I would not dare cover so much in a first lesson, but it is my grandfather who has placed his life in your hands, and I'm not about to watch him have his throat slit because you cannot tell the face of an arcana from its back. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandits' blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage, while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favourable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest, but if you are ever to become a capable astrologian, you must believe in the path laid out before you, and in your power to read it, follow it, and ultimately, control it. Take some time to acclimate yourself to your new abilities, and let me know when you're ready to begin. I see in your eyes that you are ready. Whether that actually makes you ready or not, only time will tell. Unfortunately, time is something we no longer have in abundance. Let us take to the shadows and find out where these bandits are holding my grandfather. May the stars be our guide. Astro is still a little weird to me because it's like White Mage, but with added on bits and rejigged bits. So obviously I've got the cards, which is the main thing. But I've basically got arrow and stone. I basically have cure and cure 2 and cure 3. Except cure 3 is proportional healing instead of AoE healing. But then I've got regen. What is it? What is it on White Mage? Medica. And then Medica 2. But it's all just a bit... It's very similar. It's similar enough that it's easy to forget about the other stuff that Astro can do. There are 6 major arcana. We must find the other cards. I'm not paying attention to the story. I mean, I assumed that they would run ahead. No? Okay. I'm the healer. I'm squishy. You should run ahead of me. But no, they won't. Fair enough. I'm gonna get rid of their healer first. Fuck you. It does seem fitting that I'm wearing the Daystar set when dealing with a class that's all to do with the stars. I wish that I had an AoE, but I'm gonna guess that we unlock that in a little bit. Let's give ourselves regen. Ding. So I've got what, half? No, 4 of the cards now, right? Well, shit. This is a situation where I'd really like having an AoE. I could use sleep. I do have sleep. Then again, it's not exactly like this is difficult. I do know that Astro can be ridiculous in front lines. There's a Astro and Dark Knight duo that can be really, really powerful, but I don't really know enough about PvP and definitely don't know enough about Astro or Dark Knight to really know if that's the case. Throw down your weapons, cur. You have no choice but to release the professor. No choice, eh? What if our choice all along was to cross blades, huh? Avoid Sen. This bandit is more than she appears. What if I just focus down on her, though? I probably shouldn't let this guy die. That would probably be a bad. I was not told there would be 2 Astrologians. Enough of this. I am Quimperane, in the employ of Lord Janaquinard. I'm sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Janaquinard, you say? Where is my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make the long trip from the old world. I see none but Quimperane and this adventurer. I, too, have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our arses. But that's of no matter. It was all as the stars had foretold. Yes, I saw this adventurer long before even stepping foot on this accursed continent when the Arcana whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal. And having witnessed how she eased into her new role but mere moments after taking up the crystal, globe and deck. Yes, I knew at once my readings was true, and that this adventurer was the Astrologian I had been seeking. But now, let us see if she has the potential for greatness within her. Look to the skies. There you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the bowl. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the world tree. Planted by the matron and nurtured by the keeper, the world tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the world tree, or the bowl, grants strength to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. You have now opened that gate, and its power is yours to command. A solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It is not coincidence that this very constellation is risen to the mid-heaven at this very moment, the moment of a new Astrologian's birth. And to think, I saw all of this a moon ago. Seems I am a better reader of fates than I thought. But I jest. It's been a long journey, with more than a share of unexpected excitement. I am an old man, and one does not need a deck of Arcana to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let us make haste to Ishgard, so I may give the ungrateful Janaquinid a proper upbraiding. How do you pronounce that?
Ball.
Whoa.
Volley.
Ball. Ball.
It's literally just bowl. Okay. I had to double check to make sure that it wasn't some weird pronunciation that we like to do in the English language, because we steal words from other languages. Okay, so I want to head to the Athenium Astrologicum. Also, now that we're 52, can I have... No. Janaquinid. 15 summers past. It's been a long day. Pardon. Janaquinid. 15 summers past, and still the flippant clod I lost half my hair tutoring. Sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin? Always taking the easy route. You wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second Heaven's Gate. Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and after could locate you. Think of the confusion had you arrived here only to find the Athenaeum empty. Wait, how did you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather is the greatest astrologian in all Sharlayan. There is naught he doesn't know unless he doesn't wish to know it. You of all people should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? You? But what of Professor Mace? Isn't that why he made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil. One who it appears he wasted years on. Wasted? What are you implying, my lady? Ah, my dear Laviva. You still do not see it, do you? Without Janaquinid stumbling into my tutelage nearly 2 decades past, never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent her to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal? Professor, this adventurer has stolen your soul of the Astrologian! Ever the unobservant, Jan. If this adventurer had stolen my crystal, Laviva would have read up some terrible fate for the lass. No. After is my successor, something I mistakenly thought that you might be. But even I cannot see every future, it seems. But do not despair. I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Sharlayan school of astrology, here, in this den of fools who fail to see aught and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue that fight, and that is why I've bade Laviva to remain here and further your, and this adventurer's, training. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words? No. You either continue your training with me and your protege, or you crawl back to obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Sharlayan astrology. It should not be so hard for you, Janaquinid, considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you've committed the basics to memory, then return here. In the meantime, I will be travelling Eorzea, searching for locations where after, and you, will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps travelling alone so soon is unwise? Don't you think I know that? That is why you will be lending me the services of your able manservant, Quimperin. I will? I mean, I will. Yes, of course, Lady Laviva. Anything for the granddaughter of Sharlayan's finest professor of astrology. Quimperin, you heard the lady. Very good. I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing now. But rest assured that if you neglect your studies, I will know. Okay, so I don't need to do the deep voice anymore. I now just need to do a feminine voice. Yay. Greetings, After. The stars tell me you've been rigorously following Laviva's training regimen, though I harbour doubts that go out and do things whilst I traipse about the realm constitutes a regimen. Still, she's all we have, so I suppose she'll have to do. And as the stars would have it, she's just sent word that she's ready for us to attempt the opening of the second Heaven's Gate. You are aware of the 7 heavens, are you not? Just as there are 7 realms of the underworld, so too are there 7 realms of the firmament, each of the first 6 representing one of the 6 basic elements: earth, ice, water, wind, lightning, and fire. The seventh and final heaven representing the element's astral polarity. The first 6 heavens are represented by the 6 constellations, which each revolve around the pole star. Astrologians of the Sharlayan school draw upon the ether contained in the celestial bodies represented in the constellations by unlocking or opening the gate to heaven that constellation is correlated with. There's no actual gate. Think of it as more of a portal to the soul. You are opening your mind, allowing for attunement with these distant bodies, much like one attunes with an aetherite, but on a far grander scale. Now, this may come as a revelation, but Hydaelyn is not flat, like most believe. It is in fact a sphere so large that when we walk upon it, it only appears to be flat. Because it's a sphere, there are some locations better suited than others for observing certain constellations. That is what Leviva is doing right now. Finding a location in which the next Heaven's Gate will rise to a position directly in mid-heaven, where it will be easiest to attune with. And it seems she's found one near the final prayer in Eastern Thanlan. Okie dokie. How? It's not going to be too far. Oh, also since yesterday's stream, I am now almost done with yet another book for the Scholar. The one that we started yesterday with the no, I think this is the next one, not the one that we started, because we started one on the stream and then I got quite lucky and one of the fates was already up. So this is the next one after that, I think. And I just need to do the dungeons for it, which shouldn't be too difficult. And then I think I've still got 3 more. Yeah, 3 more for that class. Here at last, I see. Bandits have kept poor Quimperin busy, harrying our camp since we arrived. I do believe the old man enjoys the excitement. However, I'm certain it beats wiping the arse of a noble brat whoring away his uncle's fortune while dreaming of becoming a real astrologian. I am very well capable of wiping mine own arse, thank you very much. Quimperin has never once complained of his duties. Of course he hasn't. Your uncle pays him to smile and nod, and I'm sure a comfortable position in the pillars beats chasing after cloud rats in the broom to flavour his soup. Are we here to trade banter, my lady? Because I was led to believe we'd be unlocking a celestial gate. You'll find Quimperin has a good many uses, and I haven't the faintest doubt that he'll be able to handle any ruffians who happen to come stumbling about, looking for prayer. Now, after, and Janna Quinnard, we must be patient and wait for the constellation to reach its highest and brightest point, a point at which its flow of ether is the strongest in relation to Hydaelyn. The voices that I've gone for are unfortunately very similar. Because I imagine that Janna Quinnard is a whiny little brat. There, after the balance, focus on the constellation and attune to its power. The balance represents the heaven of fire, a realm made prosperous by the blessing of the traders, but, at the same time, one whose equilibrium is maintained by the divine judgment of Azima, the Warden. Azima's might will empower those who would take up their blades and meet divine punishment in the name of the Sun Goddess. And thus has the balance burned crimson in your heart, unlocking the gate to the second heaven. Now, let us speed ourselves to the next location, Little Alamigo. Huh? Why so soon, you ask? Would you rather that I had you commit yourself to another several moons of using malefics to put down hedge moles? I thought not. Nod. But okay, I can fast travel a Little Alamigo. Where? Looks like just the other side of this. Oh, there was a patch this morning, and they've now announced the second part of the Moogle Treasure Trove hunt. So that starts next week, a week today, in fact. So I have that to look forward to doing. And which is basically going to mean farming Sunken Temple of Khan or some shit over and over and over again. Either that or Praetorium. But hey, I get experience and I get the tombstones. It could be worse. Be patient after. Allow the stars to make their ascent into mid-heaven. Once they have, survey the skies and let the power run through you. It feels a bit odd that I haven't gotten any new skills yet. Does Astro not have job-locked skills? Job quest-locked skills? Raise your eyes to the stars and witness the violet glow of the spire. In the third heaven rises an iron tower of spinning gears and taut springs constructed by the builder himself. It is assailed without cease by the jealous Ralga, but the destroyer's mighty levin bolts only serve to power the spire's clockwork soul. It's sounding like Alexander. It is through the blessings of both creation and destruction that strength is granted to she who sees her stars rise under this sign. You have now opened the gate, and its power is yours to command. Using the Arcana to draw upon the powers of the stars they represent, this path we walk as Astrologians is called the Royal Road. It can be treacherous and fraught with peril, but it can lead men, and women, to greatness. Your realm is quite the paradox. On one hand, it is full of life, magic, and wonder, one of the richest lands on all Hydaelyn. On the other, it is literally brimming over with strife. Take Little Alamigo, the wretched souls displaced from their homes by the flames of war, or Ishgard, mired in its own pointless conflict with an enemy so old it does not even remember why it fights. The foolish believe that it is their fate to suffer, and so they turn their gaze away from the stars, when those selfsame stars have the power to show people there are many paths. But that power can only be channeled by the few, those like me and you, and to a lesser extent Janna Quinard. and it is our duty to use that power to benefit those who remain lost or misguided. Remember that, and perhaps one day you will truly become my grandfather's successor. That is exactly what I have been trying to tell the Astrologians of my home nation. Why disregard something that has the power to grant succor to the wounded, the power to uplift the downtrodden, to strengthen the weak? The answer to that is easy. Empowering those without power lessens the power for those who already have it. Heal the weak so they might rise up and topple those who made them weak. Why would anyone in a position of power do that? Even our great nation of learning is corrupted by this manner of thought. We hoard our knowledge so that we might remain the brightest. Why do you think that it took so long for Professor Mace to visit you, Janaquinid? Yes, I know what he told you. That was not the whole of it. Those of the ruling quarter did their damnedest to stand in the way of my grandfather. Worried that his passion for his field would kindle widespread interest in Charlian astrology, they only allowed him this recent trip, knowing that he was now too old to do aught of the sort. Fortunately, the ruling quarter did not realize that I would be accompanying my grandfather. After, these past turns of the sun have been most fruitful, yet while you have opened half the heaven's gates, there is still much of what we like to refer to as the royal road ahead of you. Take what you have learned here in the southern deserts and transform that knowledge into strength. If you wish to know more of the royal road, I suggest that you discuss it with Janaquinid back in Ishgard. If my grandfather is to be believed, his time transcribing tomes back at the Studium Scriptorium should have left him more than capable of handling that task. That's not really what I meant to do, but that's fine. Oh, I'm getting very close to leveling Chimkintendies. So as I'm leveling up all the other classes and shit like that, we might actually get a rank up with Chimkintendies. If not, we'll definitely get it on the weekly reset next week. Which means that I need to get a Thavnarian onion pretty soon. Luckily, there's a quest that'll give me one. You wish to know more of the Royal Road? I seem to recall it had something to do with reassessing the attribution of an arcanum before reading it, which would result in a slight alteration of predestination. Or perhaps it had something to do with the kings and the queens on the minor arcana? It was over a decade ago. Hey, okay, so now I get a new skill. I get redraw. Okay. Are you doing well, After? Well, then at least that makes two of us. I cannot keep such important news from you. Lady Leviva and Quimperane, just last night they fell victim to another ambush at the hand of bandits. The ever-resourceful Quimperane proved his invaluable worth once again with a dashing display of chivalry that would shame any knight in the sea. A statement that attests to the sorry states of our knights. But that is a chat we can have over a different cup of tea. When Lady Leviva attempted to retire to a room at that filthy inn in the Broom, I had our sorely disused second floor cleared and furnished with trappings from my own home. She's up there now, and asked to see you the moment you arrived. Wait, you don't seem all that surprised to see me here. Did Janaquinid tell you of the attack? Damn the fool. And after I told him to keep his mouth shut. Though I suppose I must bear some of the fault for ever thinking he could do as he was told. Now, I suppose you're wondering why I summoned you here to these makeshift chambers. And no, it has naught to do with the bandit attacks. It appears as much more common in your realm than I thought. There are times when the heavens may provide you with a vision of a future that is slightly beyond your original aim. In these cases, the stars are not flawed, only out of order. So, by shuffling a card back into the deck, we are in no way ignoring or denying a future, merely postponing a reading intended for a later date, and replacing it with something that better pertains to the present. I trust that you'll pick up this technique swifter than Jana Quinard. I mean, I could imagine that was significant when Astro first came out, because all of the different cards had a significant effect that was specific to that card, whereas now they're basically all just a damage up for anything. And yeah, there's some min-maxing in you put this card on this character, this class, you put this card on this class to make the most out of it. But honestly, you can just ignore that and put them all on the DPS without even really looking. So I don't know how useful redraw is going to be for me. Are you ready, my pupil? The gate to the fourth heaven awaits. However, the location I have chosen for the attunement will not remain the most optimal for long. You are to travel with Jana Quinard, and I will make the journey with Quimperin. There are no objections? Good. Where am I going? Oh, got to speak to Jana Quinard. If it is Lady Laviva you seek, she just left with Quimperin for Limsa Laminsa. If you make haste, you may still be able to catch them at the airship landing. Me, as much as I would like to indulge myself on the pillows of Rotano pleasure barges, there's a congress to be held in the vault, and all the prominent houses have been summoned. My presence at such an event would be sorely missed, so I fear this next lesson must needs proceed without me. I'm certain the Lady Laviva will understand. I can always open the third gate another day. Or was it the fourth? Third or fourth? It's of no matter. The stars certainly will not be going anywhere. You say this like I could use the airship ticketer to go to Limsa right now. But that will only take me to Cloudtop. So they can fast travel to Limsa already. But I have to wait until we've beaten Heavensward, if I remember right. Which is really annoying. Like, I feel like you should unlock the airship to get to and from the place fairly quickly. But to be fair, I don't think you ever get an airship that will take you to Kugane. Thinking about it. So your only option is to either teleport there, or there's someone in Limsa that will take you there. But it's only from Limsa, you can't get there from Gridania directly, or anything like that, which is a little annoying. That might actually come in handy pretty soon for my archer. Although that does mean that I'd need to level my archer a bit more than I had planned. But that's fine. I just wanted to get that done whilst we were here. So where do I actually need to go? Oh, literally right here. Milady, the Lady Laviva is missing. We disembarked the airship together, became separated in chaos at the landing. Seeing as how the lady has found herself the victim of bandit attacks twice since arriving in Eorzea, I fear she may be targeted once again, especially considering the location. This is my first time setting foot in Limsa Lominsa, but I've been made aware of its landmarks. Might I suggest that we search independently, so we might cover more ground? I shall start with several of the seemingly more disreputable locations, such as the Drowning Wench, the Astalicia, and the Missing Member. Would Milady be so kind as to search Fisherman's Bottom and the Coral Tower? Let us meet at the 7th Sage once our survey is complete. Okay. I'm basically already at Fisherman's Bottom, so that's easy. Oh, Vakebe! So we're getting help from the Thieves Guild. 20-odd summers since I spilled from Mimar's loins, and I ain't once ever heard the word of Astrologian. Now in the span of 2 bloody bells, I gone and met myself not one, but an honest-to-goodness pair of the live star gorpers. Didn't see where the other fair-skinned lass buggered off to. Once as that, though, I'll end up on the pleasure barges, if you catch my drift. I did not mean to go here. I should go to Marauders. Okay, so Reyna might have some information. Another Astrologian? How odd. It's not often that even our city-state, known for its diversity, welcomes a single reader of the stars through its gates. Let alone 2. And in the same day, no less. Yeah, I took a few moments from my duties to speak with her about the city-state. She seemed quite interesting in our dealings with the Sahagin, the Serpent Reavers, and the Garlean Empire. I told her what I could, but she left after only a few moments. It was as if she thought she was being pursued, but the Sharlian was gone before I could assign her a yellow jacket escort. I guess it's probably going to be down here. I'm not sure if I've ever actually been down here. Oh no, I have. I came down here for the Marauder questline, didn't I? Aye. Seen me a stuffy lass in rub garm poking her lovely head in the holes where it weren't wanted. 'Tis rare we get one so worldly down in the gurgling belly of the tower. Adult training to work out what the fuss was about. The maid inquired as to where she might find herself a nip or two of some of the strong stuff, so I pointed her in the direction of our resident apothecary. Carvalane over at the 7th Sage. I love the fact that we can see people practicing with flintlock pistols. Because this was originally where there was supposed to be like a musketeer class. But instead, we get big gun. Big heckin' gun. My gun is definitely better than theirs. Okay, so 7th Sage is where we were going to meet anyway, once we had everything. So where is that in... Oh, it's literally between here and the aft castle. I see Quimperin. Lady After, I bear good tidings. Lady Lviva is scheduled to return here within a matter of bells. It seems she entered a contract with Carverlane for the purchase of several of the apothecary's wares. An interesting girl, that one. Very rarely do we see young maidens walk the Leminson streets without escort, and almost never do they come to me seeking, spice. Still, she did appear quite uneasy, as if being watched or followed. Suspicions, I must say, not uncommon in our fair city. Might she be in some manner of trouble? Those few who agreed to speak with me at the Drowning Wench and the missing member claimed the same. My short stay on the Astrologian bore no fruit whatsoever. What were you able to find, my lady? I see. So we've ascertained that the lady is being followed, and that she is aware of the fact. If this is the case, I believe she will attempt to move somewhere she will be in the plain sight of as many people as possible. I doubt that'll help in this town. Kidnappings and killings are conducted in broad daylight here, and when they happen, most people just keep their heads down, so as not to have them removed from their shoulders. 12's damn this town! Milady, I shall set out once more and try to locate Lady Lviva. There is still a chance she may return here on her own, so I ask that you remain, in case she does. If she has not arrived at the rendezvous point by the time of her scheduled meeting with Carverlane, then we shall both go to the one location that is most populated after the sun falls in Limsa, the Drowning Wench. I know that this is a healing class, but so far there's just been a lot of running back and forth and looking at pretty stars. It appears that your companion is tied up. Not literally, I hope. Perhaps you should head to the wench and see if she is there like your friend believes. Though I fear that if she did not make it that far, you may never find her again. At least, not alive. Worry not, my starry-eyed friend. If by chance she were to arrive here after your departure, you have my word that no harm shall come to her while she remains behind the Seventh Sage's doors. Feels a little bit odd running around Limsa on a job quest again. A woman in black? What's wrong with the woman standing before you? Might I see me a lass scurrying off to the higher lane? What the fuck? The brave knight in shiny armor. Come and give me gutter a kiss. Is that? It looks like Lviva. Milady, the area is filled with imposters. That there are those about who would attempt to stall us must mean that the lady still eludes them. Might that be her? After, we must save Lady Lviva. You little bitch. Like moths to the flame. Celia will be pleased when I bring her these ones. Another imposter, Ifrit's fiery piss. Just how many of these damned rogues are there? One less now. Oh god, now there's two of them. Which one is Lady Laviva? I's Lady Lavivi. You have to even ask? Lady After, I cannot trust even mine own eyes. Which one is the true? Quite clever of you, After, to discern which of us was the imposter. Lady Laviva, stay behind me. Evil still lurks. Balls, balls, I thought she was one of us. Lady Laviva, you have my apologies. It was my fault I allowed us to become separated. Do not blame yourself, Quimperin. I sensed danger at the landing, and it was my instinct to run, as ever I have. I forgot that I could trust you. Unfortunately, by the time I had realized such, there was no sign of you. So I did what I could to blend in, choosing crowded places, speaking with as many locals as possible. Though all the while feeling there were unseen eyes watching my every move. By the time I realized that my pursuers were simply leading me away from you, night had already fallen, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. It was then that I witnessed several of the bandits had disguised themselves in garb similar to mine. I assumed this was to confuse the two of you, still searching for me. It was then I conceived the idea to play the part of an imposter myself. Why hide in the shadows when you can hide in plain sight? It was quite brilliant of you, Lady Laviva. May I ask, were you at any time able to discern who these pursuers were? The amount of effort put into your capture would suggest they are more than mere pirates looking to sell you to slavers. Unfortunately, no. I wasn't about to walk up and ask them who they were or who had hired them, but that's all behind us now. Let us see if we can salvage something from this horrible night. The fourth gate ascends nearby. Shall we not see it made yours? To the anchor yard. Well, I'll be a barnacle on a kraken's arse, if it ain't the star-gawping lassie come to scry us our fortunes. Tell us, which one of you'll be dying first like? The beet-red knight with a carp in his codpiece? Or the stern-faced venturer on her high hobby horse? God damn it, how many pirates are in this godforsaken hell? All of them. Just all of them. Defeat the servant repists, or reivists. What is it that you want from me then? Coin? Is that it? How kind of you, though it ain't your purse we was hired to snatch. 'Tis you, milady. And, yeah, now he's dead. Although it's the captain. Oh, okay. Oh, that's an off cooldown. Oh. That's good to know. I haven't been using Essential Dignity correctly. I should be using it basically whenever it's up as a free heal. Hey guys. So we have both the Marauder and the Thief here to help us. Why the fuck are you making the dog fight me? That's just cruel. Okay. Nice use of carbuncle. Lay down them weapons or I'll cut the old man a new grin under his chin. I cannot believe that actually worked. Nor can I. But then again, never have I fought someone so credulous. Let's do this as they do in the Fear Babes. You step over here, I let the man go. Easy peasy. Wait, I know you. You're the bandit leader who attacked Lady Leviva's grandfather in the Black Shroud. Someone has a good memory for being so on in years. Well then, this changes everything. First off, I can finally drop this annoying pirate accent. And secondly, suppose I can simply kill you now, rather than after pretending to let you go once the lady is drawn close enough. Yellow Jackets. Stop right there. Unhand that man or I'll have your head tarred and on the prow of a galley by cockcrow. by cockcrow. First maniacal marauders, then feline fishers. Now the Commodore of the Swivin Thalassocratic Navy? How many more gods in this machine going to drop on me? Until next time, Lady Leviva. You have my apologies. I was a fool to fall for the bandit's trick. Amazing. In all my years, that was the first time I've ever seen that feigning death trick actually work. But now's not a moment to be dwelling on our many failings. I have a dastard to apprehend. You'd be surprised how often people run after being told to stop right there. The story for this so far is a bit weird. Lady Leviva, that pirate, she was the same bandit who... Yes, I know. That changes little, though, for I still have no idea who she may be, or who she may be working for. There's naught we can do until the Commodore brings the woman to justice, or until she decides to attack us again. What we can do is what we came here for, After's training. Now, look to the stars and behold the arrow. The fourth heaven, or the heaven of wind, was created atop a lofty peak by Oshon, the Wanderer, whose footsteps had been guided by the Navigator. The wind that blows off Limalin's seas guides the arrow fast and true, and so shall it deliver the weary souls of those trapped in the mire of confusion, indecision, and over-contemplation. The fourth heaven has opened its gates, allowing you access to its sacred penetralia. From this day forth, its power is yours to interpret and wield. That power will further aid you as you continue to hone your skills. Now, let us return to Ishgard. I have a few words for a certain student of mine who felt inclined to forego this particular lesson. To be fair, it's going to be quickest if I just yoink. After. You might have had the decency to warn me that Lady Laviva was in a mood with me for not joining you. She seemed to think I was to blame for your misadventures. Why would that be? It's not as if my being there would have prevented the bandits from attempting to abduct Laviva. These being the same bandits who attacked you in the Black Shroud, which, by the way, is another location I was not at. This is plainly something far beyond our control. And furthermore, it's not as if I was merely sipping cordials and waltzing with baronets. I was helping further our cause. I spoke with several high-ranking cardinals about Lady Laviva being granted the opportunity to speak at the vault regarding Charlian astrology. What do you think about that? I was politely turned down, of course, but it is the gesture. The gesture that will one day lead to another gesture, which will one day lead to a head inclined slightly in the general direction of another gesture. Little steps, my protege, little steps. Ah, there we go. There's the AoE. Greetings. Your timing, my friend, is impeccable. For it just so happens that at this very moment I have need of your assistance. While our lovely Lady Laviva has been out making herself a target for every cutthroat and cur in the realm, I have been focusing my efforts on our main objective. Training? Pah! There'll be time enough for training later. No, I speak of our ultimate goal of spreading knowledge of the Charlian school of astrology throughout the Holy See. As you know, the Vault recently turned down my request to allow Lady Laviva to speak before them, but I am not one to be turned away so easily. No, I have a plan. I will entreat Chief Astrologian Fallamalt to draw up an official recommendation. The Vault will not so quickly dismiss the words of a man of such standing. Yes, I know mine uncle loathes me with a passion rarely seen even in young lovers. There is really no reason why he would aid our cause, being a staunch opponent of change and all. But that does not mean we cannot try. And if we fail, then, well, we will just try again, and again, and again, until he is so annoyed that he writes us the recommendation simply to see us out of his thinning hair. And by we, I mean you. Considering how red the Chief Astrologian became the last time I visited him, I reason it would be detrimental to mine uncle's health should I arrive at his place of research, and we most certainly would not want him to fall ill or collapse before he penned us that recommendation. Okay, well, I need to head to the observatorium, which is going to be Central Curthus, which luckily I can fly in. You know what? Honestly, what's this fate? going to join in because this could give me the experience that I need to get to level 70. And 70 is a hell of a lot easier to buy gear for on the market board than 69. Because so long as I don't go for the most expensive, the most high level, like high eye level stuff, everything else is cheap as shit because it's not the best equipment for that level. Ding! That was easy. But cool, so that's barred up to 70. Just got one more level. Before, ooh, yes. Just got one more level before that's, that's fine for me to just leave until I need to do the job quest. Not the job quests, the A Realm Reborn relic. Which is going to be the next one that I work on after Scholar. The only reason I'm working on the Scholar one is because I had already started working on it before we had done the job quests for Bard. Who do I see disturbing me this fine evening but Janaquinid's new scullery maid? I suppose you came here for this? Janaquinid never ceases to amaze, does he? Not only does the lout have the nerve to ask me for aid, but he then refuses to do me the common courtesy of accepting that aid in person. Ever the entitled little shite. More worried about his popularity among the fairer sex than how his actions disgrace his family's name. Ah, the slack jaw. Suppose you're wondering why in the world I, of all people, would agree to such nonsense. Well, simple. Allowing the heathen Astrologian to dig her own grave in front of the entire vault and the Ishgardian Astrologian community will only serve to accomplish what I wished from the very start. Sharlayan astrology has no place in Ishgard. It has no place in Eorzea. It has no place in this world. It is dangerous and it serves no purpose but to take our eyes off what is truly important. Using astrology to free us from the dragon menace and ensure man's return to Alone's kingdom. Leviva's dithering will only make it that much clearer. And Janaquinid, perhaps this will finally spell his downfall. He has only been allowed to continue his nonsense because he is harmless. Too caught up in the luxury of being in line to Count de Durendare's title to actually put forth any real effort in furthering his cause. Sharlayan astrology is but an oddity to which he can boast about at balls to get him in bed with the slatternly maids of lower houses. His father has protected him thus far, but allowing him and this lady to speak, there will be no brushing under the rug the shame this brings forth. Janaquinid will be finished. Well, aren't you a charming one? I mean, don't get me wrong, Janaquinid is a dick. But it may run in the family. At this rate, with how these quests have gone, I might not do the Beast Tribe stuff today. Instead, just doing more of the MSQ, because the Astro quests so far just aren't that interesting. Compared to, I mean, I know that Dark Knight it's not fair to compare you know, other jobs to Dark Knight, because the Dark Knight quests are fucking good. But yeah, these quests aren't really grabbing my attention. Inform me right away once Chief Astrologian Fallamalt has denied my request for a letter of recommendation, so we might begin work on our next request. Is this... It cannot be! It is? The seal is Fallamalt's. How did you... What did he say? No, wait. Maybe it's better I do not know. Well, this changes everything. I'll have to arrange another meeting with the Vault. Summon the Cardinals to Durandare Manor. We will need wine, and sparrowed stuffed pheasant, and pheasant stuffed goose, and goose stuffed chocobo, and bards, a whole troop, not to eat, of course. No, I fear I will no longer be able to join you on Lady Laviva's next opening of the gates. Do give her my regards, though, when you see her in Mordona. Oh, okay. Like, this is a very... It is very Final Fantasy to have geopolitical themes. And that's nothing new for Final Fantasy XIV, because you've obviously got all of the stuff with Garleans. And Little Alamigo and all of that shit. But this just feels... bit weird. I think if Janna Quinnard was less of a sniveling twit and seemed like he was actually doing stuff, this would feel a little bit more involved. But what we're doing is we're running around with an outsider who isn't really telling us anything, whilst the Ishgardians hate on her, which is kind of just a continuation of most of early Heavensward and late A Realm Reborn stories. So it's a bit too similar. There isn't enough here to make it interesting in comparison to like the Dark Knight quests literally going against how the rest of the game acts, and the Machinist like adding new ways of doing those quests, so it felt a bit more involved and stuff. This has been very lackluster in comparison. For once, we are not the bandits' targets. We came across this young woman as she was being dragged into the hills. Though we drove her abductors away, I suspect they've already mustered the courage for a second attack. It is a good thing that you arrived when you did. The girl claims she's a student at the Athenaeum, and recently overheard Janna Quinnard mention we could be conducting another gate opening in Mordona. She journeyed here on her own in hopes of having the chance to witness your astromancy firsthand. I say, we give her something to remember. Who knows, maybe it's the 50 to 60 quests where Astro kicks off. Send in the hungry. They are merely bandits after. Why are they focusing on the Ishgardian one? Like, targeting Astrologians makes sense because they are basically the tacticians of the Ishgardian military. That's fine, that makes sense. Didn't see this coming now, did you? Rise, slave. Now they're summoning Void Sand? No, just Arc Anima. I mean, I may as well just focus on you. To be honest. I feel like the story might have been a bit more compelling if it had been about bringing an Ishgardian Astrologian over to the Sharlayan style and seeing the different impact that that could make on the Dravanian war effort. But who knows, that could be the 50 to 60 quests. You have my apologies, Lady Laviva. I did not think. Your only fault was an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A realm where one must apologize for being a victim is no realm worth living in. But why would those men attack me? I believe it's now quite obvious that these bandits were not meant for you, but for me. It would seem that certain parties fear the spread of Sharlayan astrology and will stop at naught to prevent it. My Sharlayan constellation chart. The bandits! It must have been torn when they seized me. Here, you may take mine. I have the stars committed to memory. I don't know how I'll ever be able to... But I will think of something. Just you wait. I will repay this kindness tenfold. Lady Laviva, you mentioned something about certain parties wanting to prevent the spread of Sharlayan astrology. Have you any idea who they might be? I do, but I shall require more proof before I can be certain. You and After should be able to assist me with that. However, as they say, first things first, we have a gate to open. That's pretty. There, the ewer. Focus, After. Focus, and let the constellation's ether twine with your own. It is said through the fifth heaven flows a mighty river carrying the water spilled forth from the scholar's vessel. And in that water is the strength of all that have come before, and all who will follow. Thew spun from Nymea's loom, thew from which might and metal is weaved. And now the power of the ewer is forever yours, and forever shall it point you to victory. While I cannot forgive our patron for skipping yet another of his lessons, I cannot deny that the passion hidden deep beneath all his posturing may have its uses. Word of our field is spreading, and our inherent nature has begun to stir. Curiosity is proving the better motivator than skepticism and faith. Our time may come soon. Yoink. Now we should be on to the level 50 quest, right? which is presumably going to be some big confrontation around the speech that they're going to be giving. Do not tell me. Lady Lviva was attacked again. I knew it! Without a reading. My talents grow by the day. What is it? What is this you claim? A fellow Astrologian was moved by my words and went to witness the unlocking. That's amazing. I wonder who it could be. I would certainly recall speaking in detail with a young, supple, mind. I must find this woman and hold another, special lesson with her. Lesson. Oh, that reminds me. Lady Lviva asked me to teach you a new technique before you head to open the 5th Heaven's Gate, which you have already gone and done. Ah. But it appears you were able to overcome your ordeal without it. Yes, exactly according to my lesson plan. You still wish me to teach you the technique? Very well then, though I do not really see the point. It's an AoE. I need it. Is it ranged? So far, all of the healers' AoEs have been centered around the player. No, this is an a ranged AoE. Ooh, nice. Okay. Generate an etheric bond with the target party member. Each time you cast a single target healing spell on yourself or a party member, the party member with whom you have the bond will also receive HP equaling 40... Ah, okay. So that is kind of like the main gimmick for Sage, right? The thing being that Sage, I think, is just a heal from casting any type of spell, not just healing. Lady Lviva tells me that you are nearly ready to open the 6th and final gate. Yes, I said final. We all know there are 7 heavens, but opening the 7th is impossible. Well, except upon death, of course. An attempt to attune to the pole star would be sheer madness and most certainly spell your doom. Ah, but look at me. Even now, attempting to tutor the great after, when it is obvious your talent far surpasses mine. Forgive me. Lady Lviva is yet to depart for the location of the final gate. Doubtless she fears yet another bandit attack. But whatever the reason, she remains on the 2nd floor and has asked that you visit her at your earliest convenience. Oh, okay, I get the ability straight off. Nice. You've come far since that fateful day our paths first crossed in the Black Shroud. And now, here we are, on the cusp of your attunement with the 6th heaven. Time truly waits for no woman, does it? Before we set forth on this task, I wish to teach you of a technique known as synastry. By temporarily enjoining your fate with that of a companion's, they will reap the star's benefits as you do. As a passable journeyman astrologian, you already wield sufficient control over ether. You need only focus it upon establishing a bond with your chosen ally to achieve synastry. Okay, and this is the one that ends the level 50 job quests. I believe you are ready to attune with the final constellation. The location of the next lesson is actually not that far. I assume your travels have taken you to Camp Dragonhead? Excellent. I, as always, will go ahead to make my final reading. If each of our previous outings are any indication, the bandits which harry us will most certainly jump at this opportunity, so I'd have Quimperin scout the area ahead of time and report any suspicious activity to the knights garrisoned at the camp. Let someone else bloody their hands for a change, I say. Feel free to tell Janaquin of our plans, though I do not doubt he already has some of his own. Lady Lviva has already departed? Well, Then she must have leapt from the window, for I did not see her use the front door. I dare say that means we will be travelling alone, Of course I'll be attending. Why wouldn't I be? Because you don't attend these. You're a shit student. I mean, these quests were worth doing for the AoE alone. But I can't say that I'm looking forward to doing the 50 to 60 ones. After, and Janna Quinnard. Well then, it appears giving my constellation map to the Astrologian in Wraithfrost was unwise, as my readings for the location of the 6th heaven have proven slightly off. However, a second calculation has shown that we are close. The optimal location lies just to the north of here, in a derelict tower known as the Steel Vigil. You've the look of the learned about you. Might I ask if you've seen this star map before? It was on the person of an Astrologian who came to us seeking help after being attacked. That is my map. The one I gifted the Astrologian in Wraithfrost. Do you mean to tell me she was set upon again? Your map? Well, then I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me for questioning. The Astrologian claims she wrested this chart from one of her assailants before escaping their grasp. Lady Laviva, why would you assault the self-same woman you risked your life saving? Because she did not, my lord. Why would you even think something so foolish? This must be some sort of misunderstanding. I was present at the assault. We saved the young maid of which you speak from a party of bandits, and Lady Laviva gave her own constellation map to replace the one damaged by her assailants. My lady after here was also witness to these proceedings. Well, we have our own witnesses who say otherwise. So until we can have a trial and an adjudicator who can pass his judgment, this Laviva will have to come in for questioning, for she herself has admitted the map is hers. It's all right. I have naught to hide, and arguing here will not bring us any closer to the truth. If anything, I wish to confront this woman who would bring false accusations against those who saved her life. Very well then. Take me where you will. I shall answer all of your questions, and you will soon learn who is spouting falsehoods. My friends, you need not worry overmuch, for I shall be in the company of the Temple Knights, where no harm might befall me. I will return once I have proven my innocence. You. No harm, quotha! That knight was the selfsame Astrologian who we saved in Mordona. The Astrologian who now claims we attacked her. Are you saying the Astrologian was a temple knight? No, listen, my lord. I'm saying the Astrologian is no more an Astrologian than she is a knight. I'm saying we've been played. We've fallen victim to a ruse that has landed Lady Laviva in the hands of those who have been attempting to kill her since she set foot in Eorzea. Then you're saying she won't be safe in the presence of those Temple Knights? Those weren't Temple Knights, my lord. However, they were wearing the colours of our Knights Most Heavenly, and if we were to assault them this near to the heavily garrisoned Camp Dragonhead, we would be stuck full of arrows before anyone asked us why we even drew our blades. No, we must shadow Lady Laviva's captors and wait for an opportunity to take her back. How exciting! Can I take point? No, of course not. Let's put the squishy healer in the vanguard. Yes, I say we keep our distancy until the opportunity to rescue Lady Laviva approaches. And I say that is what I've been saying all along. What is the button for... There we go. Now I can RP walk. Although, could I also... I wanted to see if I could just follow. I don't think I can. That's fine. Okay, so she's gone to take care of some ogres, but I want to take out the Temple Knight herself. I mean, easily enough done. What does gravity look like? Oh, that's pretty cool looking. Not gonna lie, that's pretty cool looking. It's as I thought. This woman is the same one we assisted in Mordona. And now they're fighting dragons. Fortunate for us that they are on foot. If they were to make it to, say, an airship, we'd be fucked. Honestly, at this point, I would just fight them all. We cannot wait for stragglers. File in! Beasts approach, huh? Where? Oh, we're going to steal Vigil. Okay. I guess that's fortunate, given that we were going to head here anyway. I like how there's a home gang chain between a paladin and an Astro. What the fuck are you doing? I think maybe he was just taking a shit behind that bush. When you gotta go, you gotta go. This is an annoyingly long quest of mainly just running. That's a black mage. That's a suave-looking black mage. Just as I expected. These fools have led me straight to the answers I've sought since my arrival in this backwoods realm. And if I'm not mistaken, my trusted compatriots should be arriving right about... now! I'll be taking this. That was quick. The moment you lift off in that airship, the whole land will know you are not true Temple Knights, and you will be made to answer for your crimes. Once we're in the air, it will be no matter what anyone knows, you fool. We'll not be returning once we've slain you and your friends. No one shall stand in the way of my fate, especially not some dog's body of the Forum. Right, okay, so these are just Sharlayans that have been sent because they don't want Sharlayan astrology to get out of Sharlayan. Oh god, no. Back out of that. Yeah, gravity is, gravity's pretty nice. I like it. That was easy. I've had to do remarkably little healing. Of course I knew the Temple Knights were false. I recognized the Astrologian who we saved almost immediately, and I find it insulting that they believed I would not. I also knew that they would lead me to the true perpetrators if I played along, fully aware that you loyal three would follow. And I'm pleased that you also knew that we would somehow crawl our way out of that little tussle with our lives, because I was most uncertain for most of the journey. Oh wait, shit, that was Janna Quinnard. Fuck. Ah well. Well, I was certain After would make it, for the stars have already told me she would unlock the 6th gate here at Steel Vigil, the very location we ended up at, despite our unexpected ordeal. Your fate, Janna Quinnard, well, I never bothered reading it, for I thought that you would skip this lesson like you have every other one. After, gaze upon the night sky and open your soul to the final constellation, the Spear. The Spear is the gate to the 6th heaven, where the Fury resides in a palace of ice carved by her own spear, ice formed of moonbeams collected by the lover, Menfina. The spear fills us not only with the power to overcome our enemies, but also the compassion that is necessary to grant those same enemies mercy. And now that power is yours, to see directed to those whose fates require it. It is done. You have attuned yourself to the 6 lower heavens. And now that you know their strength, the true journey begins. You have my congratulations, After. What has taken me more than 15 summers to accomplish, you have done, and more, in a matter of moons. But our time together has taught me that despite what we may believe they are, we all have our roles, and each role is just as important as the other. Without taking both Quimperin and you under my wing, you would have never saved Laviva from her assailants. Meaning, in a way, I saved Lady Laviva. Not that I am one to take all the credit for such heroism. Nor shall I take credit for this missive that never would have been discovered were it not for me taking you and Quimperin under my... that cold stare. It befits this godforsaken place. Point taken. Let us break the seal and see what we... Why, this handwriting. I've seen it many a time before. It is mine uncle's. But that would mean... It would mean the highest-ranking Astrologian in all Ishgard has been attempting to assassinate us. If the tribunal were to hear of this, he would be hanged. And a hanging will only earn us another ill-tempered orthodox Astrologian unwilling to open his eyes to the benefits of our discipline. No, we can use this missive to our advantage. As long as this remains in our hands, so too does the chief Astrologian. Are you saying we use the missive to blackmail Fallamore? I am saying we merely grant the chief Astrologian his life, in exchange for a little assistance in furthering our just and noble cause. No more, no less. I see. You are quite the devilette, my dear. Very well. I will summon mine uncle to the Astrioscope. There we can present him with our offer. There is so much talking. I mean, I don't know what I expected. It's Final Fantasy XIV. There's always lots of talking. But with this, we'll be done with Astrologian until level 60. I'm glad that I decided to come from the top this time. Why must you insist on pestering me, Janet Quinard? I gave you your letter. Now leave me be! Ah, but that would not be the only letter you've written lately, would it? Perhaps you recall a certain letter to the forum? A letter carried by a party of less than savoury characters who attempted to kidnap Lady Laviva and deliver her to the Sharlians. Not to mention kill me, my manservant, and my good friend After here, who you may have forgotten is currently an honoured guest of House Fortan. A letter drawn up and signed by none other than you, Nuncle. Oh, but do not presume to misunderstand us. We wish neither your disgrace nor your death. At least, not at our hands. In fact, we wish very little from you. Not, you might say, in the sense that you are to never again use your influence to hamper our efforts at spreading Sharlian astrology here in Ishgard. Involve yourself no more in the affairs of me or my guests, and your secret remains safe. I'll even forgive you for trying to have me murdered, if, that is, you give me your word. It is not as if you've left me with much choice. You have my word, but know that silencing me will not make your nonsense any more accepted in the vault. There are others who will see you fall, others who care little whether or not I speak my piece. We are fully aware of the peaks we have left to scale. However, we shall not let that discourage us. I have been shown a path that I altogether plan on walking, and the stars shall guide my way. The stars foretell many things, my dear, and not even the best readers can see them all. Do not forget this. So, we've silenced him, but to hear him tell it, he was the least of our worries. Nods all round. Awesome. Well, the star in our faults. Oh god, the star in our faults. Okay, well, that is Astrologian done to 50. So we've done Machinist, Dark Knight, and now Astra. So that's all of the Heavensward classes. I'm going to do the 50 to 60 for all of the classes once we get to 60. What is it that actually requires... Heavensward job quests level 60. I just want to see, is it just a matter of that I have to have unlocked like all of the regions? If this wants to load. There we go. It's like, let's say I wanted to do White Mage. Okay. So I need to be able to get to Morn for that one. Which I forget where that actually is, to be honest. Where's Morn? Cool. Don't know. Dravanian hinterlands? I legitimately don't remember. But that's fine. We'll get around to that when we can. But I'm not going to do... After going through all of that, I'm not going to jump straight into the tribal quests, because I just... Ugh. We'll do that next stream, because then we can do that and then continue the MSQ. That's my plan. So I think that what we need to do now is probably head back to House Forton. Right? No? Oh, okay, no. You need to head to Drillmon. Alright. HW, Heavensward, MSQ. Just change the title to make it a bit more clear what's actually going on. The main thing that I want is I want to progress the MSQ so that I can unlock Blight in one of the areas. Because then I can grind Fates for the Yokai Watch event. Because I still need the... Oh, I know, Wages of Yeah, no. That's entirely wrong. Wages of Mercy is the next Dark Knight quest. I need to go to Investment Bay. Ugh. Tataru? Yes, General Raoban is now in safe hands. What? Another assault? Very well, we shall return at once. Pray, notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I am loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Dulala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Tarapin and the others to investigate, and return with all haste to Ishgard. Hey, Patinga, how you doing? Okay, so now I would teleport back. You're tired. Fair. Fair. You walk 25 minutes and you get tired. I mean, I'd say that 25 minutes is a not bad amount of time to walk. Also, the lack of water that will go on for a while. Yeah, not being able to drink when you're thirsty would kill me. Like that would be so annoying to me. But I am usually in a constant state of dehydration, so it's probably not that bad. And it messes with your appetite, I bet. Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Raoban short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumours of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Horshafont was desperate to get hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you better head in. Please be voice acted. Damn. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I'm sure you are now aware, the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Mistress Bunn, Master Levialur, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means necessary. Available. When the observatorium's bells toll, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Needhog's minions gather once more for war. But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice. To remain in a besieged Ishgard, or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. A 3-stream streak. It's good to have you back, Tingles. I'm doing well. I'm a bit tired as well. Neff and I were running some errands this morning. And I didn't sleep too great last night. I'm a bit worn out. And I imagine that tomorrow is going to be very tiring because we've got some stuff around the house to sort out, and then we're going to go and see Tenacious D live in the evening. Which should be good, but also might overstimulate the fuck out of me. So we'll see how that goes. And then I've got a dentist appointment on Thursday, and it's Neff's actual birthday. So hopefully that goes well. Given that my tooth pain is calmed down, but I still can't eat on this side. You think you're the main issue on overstimulation? What about Neff? But Neff is far more used to concerts than I am, and live performances. Like she loves going to gigs and festivals and crap like that. So she'll probably be alright. It might be more the stress running up to the gig and the getting home that she gets overstimulated on. But yeah, she'll probably be alright during the actual concert. Though we flee to the ends of the world, 'twould seem that no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from this storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you after? I would stay and fight. Then fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. Yeah, I need to get myself some of those loop earplugs. I won't be able to get them in time for tomorrow, but they're pretty good, and Neff has a pair. But I might use my AirPods, which, yeah, the noise cancelling might help as well. But I should get myself some loop earplugs at some point. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It's only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. But yeah, I'm getting old. Need to protect the ears.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Hey, Estinian.
Estinian?
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Isart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
We've chosen a difficult road. Yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Tataru, I would ask that you remain at Fortem Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the signs of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir! Okay. That's near the Forgotten Night, right? Yeah. You'd speak with the Lord Commander. Pray, make it quick.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the Sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit, the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then. Carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Having secured Sir Amaric's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say that we can afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you are ready, Estinian, let us be about our task. Time for the guy cosplaying as Ramu, the Pope.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come. In their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution.
Why are you hearing Maester Micah from Final Fantasy X in this old man? You might be. It's been long enough that since I played Final Fantasy X that it could be the same guy. I don't know.
We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Uh-oh. That's foreboding. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Totaro of our plans. Then I shall await you at St. Raynet's Forum. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Come after. Let us head back to Fortem Manor. Oakley dokley. Welcome. Our course is set, Tataru. It may be some time before After and I return to Ishgard. Well, just you be careful, alright? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it is you, Tataru. Farewell, for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alphino. I made it specially. No, I couldn't possibly... Very well. Ooh. Showing a bit less skin, huh? By the 12, it fits perfectly. And the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework whilst I listen to rumours and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me on the road, I shall not fear the cold. 'Twas the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. I do kind of love how long it's taken him to get a new outfit, though. I mean, to be fair, we could have... What do we think looks better? Having a Dark Knight in a poncho with leggings and Uggs? Or doing this. This, I'm not sure I like this stance because of the amount of potential upskirt. I think I might still just prefer what we've got on, to be honest. I kind of want to change the pants around. But I'm not sure I have any better pants for the glam. And I mean pants as in trousers. The American style of pants. Not pants as in underwear, which is what most English people would say. Owie! To be fair, I've got some stuff that I can put in here. Okay. This one. Okay, so it's the boots more than it is the pants. Definitely not Uggs. That might be a bit too dark now, though. I need better pants. I don't have much that's great. I could go Cloud, to be fair. Because obviously Cloud fits with the fact that we're using a two-handed sword. But bearing in mind the weather that we're going through, Leon's shirt fits more. Yeah, fuck it. Do I still want to use this weapon model for it then? Now that I think about it. Or would it be better off using... I don't really like that model. That one doesn't really fit with the color scheme. That one kinda does. No, I think I'll keep it. Keep it with the event weapon. Okay. It's probably about time. Yeah. That might actually be worth it for the classes that we're currently leveling. That is definitely not. But that's fine. Yep. I should have just fast traveled. You've said your farewells then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well. She will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Yasali's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Kurthis Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redwald, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. Alrighty. I will actually have to pick up some side quests, given that Flight is now locked behind side quests as well. Well, well, Mistress Bunn, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon I know, of course, but I do not believe I've met this young gentleman. Alphino Levialur, at your service. And you're not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I'm sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. I believe there may yet be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus we have come to Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gorgane Mills. 'Tis possible they've unearthed information that can be of use for you. Mistress Bunn knows well the place I speak of, for it was she who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol while the two of you visit this refuge. When I've completed my inquiries, I will join you there. A wise use of our time. Come after. I'm eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair. Ugh. It's so slow. Right, you've got a side quest that gives an ether current. So I'll pick that up. Do you have a moment to talk? A short while ago, one of the workers from House Zamil asked me to go and deal with some Mylodons that have been causing trouble. The Black Iron Bridge barely survived the calamity. It's in desperate need of repairs, but the upland Mylodons roam far too close to it. The craftsmen can't work safely. Someone needs to kill them. The Mylodons, that is, not the craftsmen. I'd asked the Dragoons to do it, but they're so busy it'd be weeks before they found the time. I'd do it myself, but there's so many of the beasts that I fear I'd be swarmed and outnumbered. You're a capable woman. Would you be so kind as to thin them out somewhat? If you were to kill, say, 3 of them, I think I'd be able to finish off the rest myself. Yep. I could potentially do this. But it's just as easy to run past them. Luckily, this side quest is along the way to my main quest, so it doesn't really detract from anything. Do I have chimkintendies? I do. Let's just feed them another green so I make sure that I have them. Because the experience that I get here will actually be worth it for my chocobo. Alright, I've only got to kill 3 of these guys. Easy enough. Smashy, smashy, smashy. That was easy. Oh, I should be keeping an eye out for ether currents as well. The nearest one is probably right next to the quest. They kind of tend to do that. So where is it? Oh, it's right there. Thanking you. Mistress Bunn, our findings, you say? Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. It would seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We've not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves after. Okie dokie. Oh, look, it's a mommy and a... Okay, time to kill him. Well, one of them's dead. Now they're both dead. Sorry. I think they're above me. Oh yeah, it's the leader of the thing, right? Oh, I was reading the wrong quest. The beasts are slain then. My thanks, Mistress Bunn. We may return to our duty without fear of a mauling. And now I have a tiny Alphano to follow me around. As well as getting an achievement for that. For having 30 follower-type minions. Nice. I believe that Mammoteer, it's either Mammoteer or Minion Collector, unlocks further animations for those types of minions. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart, is it not so? The records we discovered ere those beasts mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager those epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. 'Tis hardly a choice at all. I love the fact that they moved one of the corpses up here. Just to further hit home that we murdered a baby polar bear. Have you recovered much of the heretic's correspondence? Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Levialur and Sir Estinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgani Mills heretics and their fellows in the Ark-Afar amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuff, clothing, all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Ding! The Ark-Afar amphitheater. The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies... If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed. Then we must place our faith in the Ethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbreeder succeeded in recreating the Ark-Afar beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resulting Aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgani Mills seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the Aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel systems, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the Aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandare posts soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Sweet. No worries, Tingles. Cheers for coming by. Always good to see you. Get some rest. Okay, so by the looks of it, I may be better off fast traveling here, turning in the quest, and then going there. That works for me. You've already killed 3 of them? Thank you ever so much. You're not injured, are you? Here, take this. It's your cut of the fee for the work. Incidentally, did you happen to see the farm on the far side of the bridge? Those Mylodons have made it difficult to access that area, and the bridge has been left to fall apart. After we repair the bridge, one day we might be able to rebuild that farm. So that puts us halfway through getting the Aetherite for exploration, and we have 1/5 of the side quest ones. I say side quest, we'll probably get two or three of them from doing the MSQ. Historically, it's usually the last. It's usually a side quest. No, it's usually an MSQ one that's the last one I need. Bonk. Owie. Ah, the guest of House Forton, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you're welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the Ark-Afar beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Although I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nonetheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Dogs of Ishgard, is it not enough that you banish our beloved saint? Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons! We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. Do you think us fools, boy? It will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he's capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers, may Dragon's wings bear us to victory. Bonk. We really didn't come here to fight. But just because that's not why we came doesn't mean I won't kick your fucking ass.
Your guard is down.
Okay, so Estinian is taking out... Never mind. I was going to say he's taking out the mages, which is good. Okay, they've turned into dragons now. Great! By the fury, they partake of the blood of dragons. Heaven hells, can dragon's blood truly bring about such a transformation? I mean, we've seen multiple heretics transform into, I think it was Avis's. Oh, he's trying to turn. He's doing dragon's blood. Could probably stun him out of that. Maybe. Nope. Resistant. Oh, he's a big boy! Good job, Estinian. I'm not sure if you actually did much damage at all, but that's fine. Just die. Thank you. They fight like demons. 'Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian? I suspect it is the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of a frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death, and forced into a magicked slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy See sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. A fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. Well, that's in Western Highlands. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there is another place I would visit first. I am told the Convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantalot, may have information of use to us. But mayhap you're not familiar with the name either. The Convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I'm willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these Convictors then, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. Okay. Yeah, we'll just ride our mount there. Because I have the option of taking a chocobo there, because I've already been to the camp and activated the chocobo cube there. But I'm not sure if that's actually going to be much quicker than me just doing this. I also get to keep an eye out for things that the Centurio clan needs me to kill. Though I'm not sure how many things there are in the Western lands. Pardon me. I've killed enough polar bears for one day. I'm not in any particular rush to kill more. Heyo. Well, well, what have we here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the Convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lass looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance, the Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray, forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Jantalot, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourself. Thank you. We shall. After, Estinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. He's got a quest for us. I remember you. How could I forget? You're the lass who was with the Azure Dragoons company. Since you're here anyway, perhaps you would like to try your hand at a spot of hunting before you depart? See for yourself what life is like for us convictors. The Dravanian horde is stronger than you might expect. Unless you've been at it for years, like I have, I think it prudent to start with something simple, and then work your way up to dragons. I suggest rooms. Slay 3 of them, then come back here. Consider it a warm-up. Cowards, all of you! Have you no shame at all? Oh, I beg your... Wait, are you not Mistress Bunn? Honoured ward of House Forton? Praise alone, surely you will consider my request. Know you the Dusk Vigil, westernmost of the Citadel watchtowers built to warn of the horde's approach? 'Twas lost following the calamity, another victim of the snows. Within the ruins lies a priceless treasure which must needs be reclaimed. I thought to enlist the services of these so-called dragon slayers, but it seems their courage is not as boundless as they would have you believe. But you, madam, you're not one to shy away from danger, am I right? Very good indeed. There is a sculpture of the Fury within the Dusk Vigil's chapel. An ice rondelle is set in its helm. I would have you prize it free and deliver it to me. The Vigil is not difficult to find. Simply head north toward Banepool until you come to the gates. Knights may bar you passage, but should you explain who you are, they will grant you leave to enter. Awesome. So with that, we will have... well, with this, we'll have 3 more ether currents for this area. So we've got 1 more to find by exploration, which is a fair ways to the north. Then if we can get up there, which I'm not sure what the best way to do is. We could fight some rooms for this quest, which will then mean we're about halfway. Oh wait, there's just some of them out here. Never mind. Give me it. Group up. Easy. Slain those rooms already, have you? How did you find them? Did they put up much of a fight? Good work, lass. Clearly, the Azure Dragoon doesn't travel with mere amateurs. Sounds like those rooms barely put up enough of a fight to be considered a proper warm-up. You clearly know what you're doing. If you want to try your hand at hunting down some dragons, speak with me again sometime. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray, speak with as many as you can. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Wraith, Mew, Veramont, and Bertinant that wanders in and out of the camp? Huh? Are there any heretics in the area? I haven't the faintest idea. Well, a heretic could pass under my very nose and I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear lady. The big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. Care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Looking for heretics, you say? Huh. Why don't you go and bother Picaret or someone? I've enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. It's no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wilds. Something I can help you with, milady. Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We'd be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please my lord, I'm Piraquet, soldier by trade, though not much of a one, if I'm honest. If it weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, see? No, it was by order of Sir Jantelot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of lowborn lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it all is, don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. Send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then, I am minded to start a fire. And this is where we get another ether current. And probably another one from Lucier. Yes, which I think that would be the last of them. Want to help out, do you? Well, there's plenty that needs doing. And killing besides. I'm sure you've noticed that dragons aren't the only thing we have to contend with out here. Take the polar bears, for example. They come here looking for an easy meal, drawn by the smell of our cook fires, and then raid our stores. Think you could thin their numbers a little? Killing 4 or so of them should suffice. You'd be compensated for your troubles, of course. Alright. Now I need to kill some polar bears. Hurry up and die. Cool, now I only need to kill one more. If this person wants to help with the fate, though, I'm not going to say no. Oh, they're a blue mage too. This will be quick. Yay! Extra experience. And all I had to do was stand here. You know what? I should probably head to this quest, because if I go there, I think I can unlock flight. If I do these quests. Well, I can unlock flight after we've finished the next MSQ. Okay, directly to the west, huh? Probably going to be right next to the transition to the next zone. No, it's south. Ah, shit. It's up. How does one get up there? Do I need to go from the south, or... Ah, no, I should be able to get up this way. I think. This isn't too steep, right? Nah. Easy. Easy. There it is. Sweet, so that should be all of the exploration ones. Now, if I go and do this dungeon, which I'll probably just do unsynced for the sake of speed, that'll give us another ether current once we hand that in. And then all we've got to do is the MSQ. And then this area will be significantly easier to traverse. I do find it a bit weird that there hasn't been a single thing that we've needed to kill for the Centurio clan yet. There should be at least one thing in this region, I would have thought. Oh well. What's this? A ward of House Tom wishes to enter the Dusk Vigil? You are aware the ruins are infested with wild beasts and God only knows what else, are you not? Well, just the other day, one of the convictors claimed to have seen a massive winged beast. Not a dragon, mind, but something altogether different. But far be it from me to deny an esteemed personage the opportunity to kill himself in new and exciting ways. Pray, go on ahead. And so, what class do I want to do this as? I've not done Paladin on stream. I don't think. That much, anyway. So let's go. I'm still going to be 20 levels above content and have the 300% echo buff, so this shouldn't be much harder than doing a late A Realm Reborn dungeon, given that it's the first dungeon in Heavensward. I've done this dungeon a good few times. I forget if it's part of the Anima Relic that you have to do this, or if I would just end up doing it for Wondrous Tales, which we've not unlocked on this character yet. Yet. It's a griffin! Wonder if that's the thing I'm gonna have to fight. The music here is reminding me of Final Fantasy X for some reason. Oh yeah. So this one drops a lever, which then lets us use this winch. And now we're onto the first boss. A mammoth. Owie! Yeah, this boss can be annoying for soloing because it can stun lock you. There we go. Now I do actually have a reason to get some of this gear, because it might be new glam that I haven't got. So I think you mainly just get accessories in this dungeon. I don't think you get many actual armor pieces, but I might be wrong. There is story, if you care to read it, So there you go. If you want to read that and you're on the YouTube, you can pause. This is very the Crown of the Ivory King. Like, these guys straight up scream Dark Souls. Yeah. There's a chest back there as well. Or is it just another No, it is a chest. Yeah, may as well grab the chest. More lore. Basically, everything's fucked. And now we have to fight the undead knight that was being mentioned. But I'm a paladin, so I'm just gonna requisite. And now he's dead. Basically. That boss has mechanics. I have never needed to learn them. I have never seen that boss's mechanics. I love how this is supposed to be hidden, but its name peeks out. You know what it also feels like? The enemies feel very Dark Soulsy, but I'm also getting Twilight Princess vibes. Oh, look, it's the Griffin again. And there he goes again. It's like Dragon's Dogma all over again. Yeah, Wolfie. I didn't really enjoy Paladin that much, and then I got Requisite, And now it's kind of fun to run unsynced. I think I might prefer Paladin unsynced over Warrior at the moment. But that being just with their A Realm Reborn and then leveled skills, not having all of the job quest stuff from Heavensward or Stormblood. Well, there goes the statue of Alone. Oh, but that's the crystal that we need. I think the Griffin might want it as well. Hello. So this boss also has mechanics that are kind of reminiscent of Garuda in that it does windy stuff and you have to like hide behind these, because what will happen is that sucks you in if you're not careful. Like, let me get sucked. Oh, I can't. Yeah. So you get sucked, you can't do anything whilst you're in there, and you just take damage. I think you can be rescued out if you're in an actual party. Why did I get experience? I was doing this unsynced. Huh? Or did I do a challenge? Oh no, I got experience for it being my first time completing it. And I got an extra lot of experience for having done it quickly. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. I forgot you get experience for swift clears and first clears. But cool, there we go. Dusk Vigil. It's an optional dungeon, so who knew how long the queue time would be for it. Narwhals, narwhals. I do kind of like how they pop out. Oh, we got a helmet that I can't see. Love it. And we got some healer pants. I don't like quite a lot of Heavensward glams, to be honest. Because a lot of them are like medieval court vibes. Some of the actual armor I think is alright, but a lot of the like cloth stuff, you end up just looking like a jester. And I don't really like those. Some people will though, so more to them. Like, her armor set is one of the armor sets you get as a healer. And I don't really like it. Do you have it, Mistress Bun? Yes, there's no mistaking it. At last, it is ours once more. My parents presented this sapphire to me on my wedding day, as my wife and I presented it to Uhelmeric on his. One day, they would do the same for their son. But for that disgrace of an inquisitor, suspicion of heresy, what rot! He knew what he wanted from the start. By the time I secured her release, they had interrogated her for days. She was a shadow of her former self. But the final insult, the final twisting of the knife, was when my son took command at the Dusk Vigil and found the Ice Rondel to be the centerpiece of the newly commissioned Sculpture of the Fury, He couldn't prove it was the selfsame one which had vanished, but oh, he knew. But no more, no more. It's back with the family, where it belongs. It is admittedly hollow comfort, yet in my waning years I must accept what little can be had. Well, well, you're certainly more reliable than any lordling I've ever met. They've only got eyes for dragons, even though I tell them time and again that if no one sees those bears, there'll be nary a scrap to eat. But do they listen? Huh. I dare say everyone around here could stand to be a little bit more like you. Well, I'd say you'd be compensated, and I'm true to my word. I trust you'll consider this fair remuneration for your efforts. Gimme... I apparently already have some cream coffee, so give me that so it stacks. Alright, oh, I should have been doing that. Whoops. What level MSQ are we on? Still 51. It would likely make sense to use this. Unfortunately, those pants are better than what I currently have. So, yeah, we changed pants. Alright, Estinian. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also describes in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged deep violet. You're a monster hunter of some note, are you not after? It would prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Master Alphino, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. It will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. I so nearly have blight. Just give it to me. Oh yeah, I should use this. Nice. Okay, only about 400,000 off my chocobo. Is that the one that... Yes. Easy. Now I just need to turn this in, which would probably be easier if I was already up on that ridge. And then we'll get flight! How I've missed it. Of course, it'll only be for in this region, but that still means that I can farm fates here. I can gather stuff. It makes all sorts so much easier. Also, it means that I could potentially join S-rank hunts if one happens to spawn here. Because without flight, it's quite likely that I would miss the actual hunt just trying to get to it. Twould seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphino. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need?
Ah, I should have known it would be you.
Voice acting and everything. You spoil us.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
We wish to speak with you.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest.
Then explain it to us.
Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress. 'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm Heavensward in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Heavensward, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Heavensward ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound.
The amount of wings on that dragon. It's a biblically accurate dragon.
Man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Good gods!
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him. Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Oh shit, we're having a heart attack. Restoring the connection to one of the crystals?
Is autumn mist, my friend? I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Blight! And just like that. Ah, yes. It's good to have it back. You're after, yes? Pray, address me as Yssal, if you will. 'Tis passing strange, is it not? That fate should bring us together thus. Never did I think to walk alongside the Warrior of Light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Dravania, then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. No problem, because you have made it so much easier for me to get there. I can also now fly around and fill out the rest of the map from the Fog of War, which will get me experience as well as an achievement. But I don't necessarily need to do that right now. What's annoying though is that we just got flight and now we go into a new area where we will not have flight. So we had it for a glorious 30 seconds.
The great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som Al, where lies the ancient home of Dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
But also, chocobos! I believe this should also be where we come across our first tribe that we can actually start to assist and do quests for. In Heavensward, so there's that as well. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Som Al will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest's branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead, and see that we are properly provisioned? There is a village here, but I thought these lands the sole domain of Dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Marchand, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections? Only to this ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. I forget just how big the Heavensward zones are. Jesus. I think it's fair to say that I need to to gear my Astro. I mean, to be fair, if I was using augmented ironworks gear, as soon as you hit level 53, it starts to not be the best. And I've just aggroed another hound. Great. Okay, I've avoided aggroing another hunting hound. At least I've got that going for me. So the Banished Hunter is actually easier than the Hounds. I'm not sure if that's in range to be hitting the hunting hound. I don't think it is. Shit. Yeah, man. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to. There we go. Yeah! Okay, we're ages away from the next exploration one. Oh yeah, I need to remember to attune myself here. And the Chocobo Keep. Don't forget the Chocobo Keep. Can you take me anywhere? Yes, you could take me back to Falcon's Nest. Hello. Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We're visitors. Oh, and if it ain't the lovely Asal. It's been too long, girl. That it has, Marchand. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Somal. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course, of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. Dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I'm not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did your soul not explain things to you, boy? You seen them towering Keelam trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves. Which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know I won't stop your soul here, but dragons ain't the only thing you need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. Oh yeah, you've got Ether Current quests already. I see you've been making the rounds getting to know the hunters in these parts. Well, how'd you like to help a real hunter? I'm overseeing 3 camps set up to the east, but the lazy sods ain't sent me a report in over a fortnight, and I'm too bleeding busy to be playing messenger. You look right fierce enough to get the information out of them. It's a simple job that'll earn you some coin. Can't rightly say no to that. If that tickles your fancy, then you'll need to talk to the leaders of each camp, Leonulf, Gunneret, and Aimbert. Hear what they have to say and get back to me when you're done. Well, paint me yellow and call me a chocobo. That's Millet's sightseeing log you got there. Forgive me. Got carried away for a moment. I'm Kester Ironheart, cousin of Millith and an explorer of sorts, like most of my extended family. When I last spoke with Millith, she told me an adventurer with a keen case of wanderlust, an adventurer that I now know to be you. What say you lend me the log for a moment? Don't worry, I won't eat it or anything. There, yeah, there, that should do it, I reckon. It's no secret that Ishgard is home to some of the most remarkable sights in our realm. Mind you, I've not seen all of them myself, but I certainly know where they might be found. And now, so do you, thanks to the notes and rumours I've seen fit to jot down in your sightseeing log. Yeah, scores of stunning vistas are just waiting to be discovered. Your legs will not carry you to all of them though. Should you find a particular spot out of reach, you might consider taking the skies atop a black feathered bird. Ah, but if I were to say more, I'd be robbing you of the joy of discovering these spectacular views for yourself. Godspeed, my fellow explorer, and may this moment mark the beginning of a tour of wonder. Right, so you just give me that. That's a bit underwhelming. I was hoping for an ether current. But that's fine. It's fine. Oh, an orchestrion. Don't mind if I do. Battle gear. Is it any better than what I've got? Not really. What about weapon? Not any better than what I've got. That's fine. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you. The bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalocrab and taught the thing how to walk on 2 legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons. They've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for malms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it will be closer to the Nath's home territory. It would seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here? In Dravania? Aye, 'twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Hraesvelgr. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Master Chomp found me unconscious form at the edge of the trees, and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They've changed then. What of it? We've not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Somal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest, then make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Somal. Shall we? Huh? Oh, never mind. Huh? That's more like it. Random bard? Okay. I still haven't actually done any of the bard quests to unlock instruments. I should do that at some point. But I'm also unlikely to ever actually use them. I am not a musician. Hey, Leonulf. Aye, things are going well enough. Been running into a bit of trouble with those giant bugs in these woods, though. That was quick. You got red chocobos now. So we've seen, obviously, normal chocobos, black chocobos, and now red chocobos. Nothing out of the ordinary here. It's just the one bird that won't shut up. Haven't been able to catch a wink of all its bloody screeching. So the reason why I'm doing this quest now is that either I could fast travel back here, or once we get to Annex Trine and get attuned there, I can fast travel between these two, or even use the Chocobo, Choco Keep, to traverse between the two nice and easily. So there's basically no downside to me completing the quest now and just not turning it in until later. And here's our first experience with the NAF. They're kind of like horseshoe crabs. But with the sort of hive mentality of ants. Ah, we found something that we need to kill. Bandersnatchers. How much experience is this going to give to chimp contendees? About the same as the last thing I killed. Fair enough. How are we doing for levels? Both Dark Knight and Astro 53, Machinist 54. And I'm on a level 52 MSQ. Once we get up to 53 MSQ, I'll switch back to Machinist. Because I really don't want to lose the chance of having Machinist level with the story as a DPS class. Monk. Had ourselves a bit of an incident the other day. Some fiend came stomping out through the tree line and gobbled up one of our fresh caught birds. Wasn't a damn thing we could do about it. If we're going to keep on in this area, we'll need some extra hands. You tell the chief that. Will do, just not right now. Yay! Nothing like a nice little drive through Dravania. Nice. Nice. How quick? How close? Ooh. Ooh, good and close. I love that because that'll mean that I can get more of the tank tree once we get him leveled. That is the Nah Hive. Their home. So it's kind of like termitey and moundy. Should we chance to meet Marsham again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the Nath, I doubt I would be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian? The style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. This structure is in fact over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. Huh, you claim this is evidence of our harmonious past? I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool! How desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. After, pray reason with these two. Grunt. Ugh. Gods above, even After has lost patience with you. We have a common goal, lest you forget. To prevent a war which will claim countless lives on both sides. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in After's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have me keep my counsel until After's visions confirm the truth? Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hraesvelgar will likely provide the catalyst After's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. Shit. Bye-bye. Spy you the three great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Annex Trine. The place serves as a roost for Hraesvelgar's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Somal, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. The one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. Making a beeline for this place. Oh yeah, we've got Nanka. Do I need to kill these goats? No. Nor do I need to kill the Ninki Nanka. Or the Dragonfly Watcher. You? Nope, don't even need to kill the Mysids. Easy. It is as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with Nat soldiers. Marchamp did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragons so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. I can kill some insects. You've now finished the Automatron DLC. Good God, there was no need in the difficulty. Congratulations. Oh shit, it's not done. It was a lot of fun. Good. That's all that matters. Alrighty, let's go and hand this in. And then we'll be able to fast travel. Hey, you! How many of these do I need to kill? 3. Please die. Thank you. Right, so now instead of a Choco Keep, we have a Summoning Stone. So I can now travel between here and Tailfeather nice and quickly. Take no pleasure in killing the Nath. It was to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together. Leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight. Only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then.
Vidofnir!
Gesundheit.
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hrisvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here, and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed?
Pretty much, yeah.
'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
Making some good progress. So the Nath have summoned their god. And thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. What a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the ether, we must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. Ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Master Sham. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. But before we do that, I need to grab this aetheryte. Nice. That also means we now have all of the aetherytes in this zone. Take me to Tailfeather. Ah, yes, they do fly. So yeah, this is going to be much quicker than if I was to just try and get back myself. Of course, this was actually more expensive than me just teleporting there. Because teleporting within a zone only costs 100. And this cost me 120. Yeah, but flying. True, true. He makes a good point. So, they've all got issues, but none of them thought to ask me for help. Did they think I'd bite their heads off or something? At any rate, I'm best prepared to round up the birds from each camp. Thanks again for your help, friend. Say, since you've already struck up an acquaintance with my people and all, maybe you'd be willing to lend them a hand? Seem they talk to you of their troubles readily enough. I think that's now unlocked more Aether Current side quests. Oh, back already, are we? And met the Gnath, did you? What is it you'd like to... Summoned a primal, you say? Seven hells! Well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, they never seem much point in asking. But it wouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here. Outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. Reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourself. You want a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, a basket of Calum tree fruits, and always a Nath favourite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower boughs of these giant forests should present little challenge to me. Then I shall connect the nectar with Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big tunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map for you. You've been most kind, Master Sham. Alright then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nanka egg. Okay, I have unlocked more side quests, but none of them really matter. None of them have got none of them are blue quests. Right, I'm remembering why I dislike Tailfeather. Although there is a unique fate that can spawn here. The Curl Regine. This is probably going to level my Astro to 54 after we've done this quest, huh? What level are we on? We're still on 52, so I could switch back to Dark Knight for a little bit. Hi, please. Ugh. Chimkin Tendies isn't gaining any more experience. Hey! Even if I was to get rid of that, that only cost 1. So I may as well just get improved mine. Because I can't afford those ones yet. Sweet! I need a Thavnarian onion. I could do the quest that gives it before we end up today. Although I need to think about finishing up soon. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I'd not have known how to harvest it without Yusal's help. Do you have the Nanka meat? I guess I'm the rotten Nanka egg. Splendid. I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. Ding. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Their legs are so weird.
Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Lantram nectar, Calum tree fruit, and Nanka flesh. What delectable foods you have brought for us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws. Yes, come, it's not far.
I didn't think about how I would voice these guys. It's kind of coming out a fair bit like the Sahagin.
Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the non-mind. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically, knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god the One Mind summoned into our mists. The One Mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony. Yes, they are one, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain.
It was likely one of the ones that had fled battle with my kinsman. I should commend you for finishing the job.
Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the One Mind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence.
Right, so that'll get me an ether current, but how many do I need still? I need 4 ether current quests. Okay. Though we hear not each other's thoughts, generous hunter, you somehow know what we need help. Our weapon stocks are wanting. We need more. I would make a request of you. Please bring us muskets with which to defend ourselves. You can take them from the Nath nearby. 2 would be sufficient. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good. Conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land, I reason that it is a necessary evil, and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a sign of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best, but the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know naught. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to her death? No, You have the right of it, Estinian. 'Twould seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray, forgive me after. I do not fear my duty. Wait, After need not face this foe alone. Like her, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides, or how to challenge it, unless you mean to pray until it appears. Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. We are Vath, we are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nanka flesh. Yes, the meat of a young Nanka would make a fine repast. They want more of what we've already given them. Greedy fuckers. Okay. I do kind of want to do the stolen munitions one as well, but that's a decent way down here. We Vath do enjoy our Nanka flesh. Have you been out hunting yet? Another gift for the Vath. So unexpected. Yes, you will have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The senses of the One Mind are enmeshed by the Overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single Nath and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. The Vatha want to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I'm beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like Overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the Primal was summoned. Those who reside in this smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the Non-Mind, who, for reasons that have yet escaped me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we've wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the Primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. And we're on to level 53 quests. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is that you propose. You mean to say that we should deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You'll join me in this endeavour, will you not, after? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you're not a woman to err on the side of caution. Would that I could fight at your side, Warrior of Light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. Then it's settled. After, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, and then allow them to take us prisoner. Right. I think I'm going to do this quest and take on the Primal, if I think that unlocks like in the next couple of quests. We'll take on the Primal, we'll circle back to Ishgard to get the Thavnarian Onion that's from a quest there. And then that's probably where we'll finish for today. Because it is 25 to 1 in the morning. And I have to go and see Tenacious D tomorrow. So, well, it's not, that's poor wording, I don't have to. I'm going to go and see Tenacious D tomorrow. So, I should probably try and get some rest. Although Neff is not home yet. Ah, big T-Rex boy. That's right. There are T-Rexes in Heavensward. Intruders! Your lives are forfeit! Yeah, that's what you think. Only you. Get over here. I may have bitten off more than I can chew. Alright, well, we use Living Dead. I'm glad that worked out. It very nearly didn't. I actually did die then. And it was only because of Living Dead that it didn't stick. The Overmind must by now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. You say that, but you made me leave the hive in order to have that conversation with you. Please die. Thank you. How did that not aggro them? Come on. There we go. More? That's an annoying one because I'd aggro 2 more if I went and fought that. So we'll just very slowly... Oh, you idiot. Okay. Okay, can I switch to a class that isn't gonna just immediately get aggroed? Yes, yes I can. Just so that I can actually get to where I need to get to. That should be sufficient. If we do not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray, advise me once you've steeled your mind for the battle to come. That should also be a ding, I think. Yeah, boy! You are prepared then? Hold here after. When next the Nath come, we offer no resistance. Surrender, Truders. There is no escape. Enough. We surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. Think that after killing their god, it then unlocks the Vath as a beast tribe as well. So if I can do that before we finish up, that gives me a couple of days to do some daily quests. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray, leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Huh. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused.
Now we have but to wait.
He's got a fancy staff.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
Say what you will, but he knows how to make an entrance.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen. Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood. These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Natlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight. Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form
and purpose. Sorry.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
So she's going to turn into Shiva to fight? Ooh.
What is this? A god clad in flesh?
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
This does a good job of showing
Stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
just how much stronger Ravana is compared to Shiva. Though, of course, that version of Shiva may not have been as powerful as the one we fought.
God or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven?
What class do you reckon we should do this as?
A warrior, then? Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
You want me to do it as a healer? Okay. I have the most experience doing it on White Mage. So let's do it as Scholar instead. For shits and giggles. Although to be fair, can I? My gear might not be good enough. We can give it a go. I actually really love Ravana's fight design. Right, we summon Eos, and we go.
To the song of ringing steel.
So my gear isn't going to be that crazy. And I'm only getting 200% bonus. So that is a directional parry. So if I hit him in the front or the back, he will parry it.
Furious as a blaze.
He's now dual-wielding two-handers and getting ready to do a special attack. I don't exactly remember which ones are which. It's been a while since I've done this.
Feel my blades.
And now he's getting ready to do Slaughter. Oh no, that's... It's been a while since I've healed on Scholar.
Breed. Wilt thou yield? Take wing, sword of war!
Now if I was to hit him from the side, he would just parry the damage. I forget why you kill these, but I remember that you're supposed to kill these. I think it might just be for the sake that they do more damage to you. Oh, I ran out of MP because I wasn't doing Ether Flow.
glory of combat! Unyielding of the earth!
Right, so he now takes less damage from all sources. He's focusing on defense. I'm not sure. Oh no, it is. I wasn't sure if I was getting confused with his extreme. But no, he breaks these guardrails a bit like Titan can. Like Titan or Leviathan. And if I get knocked off, that's an instant death. I think he's also getting more and more damage, yeah, as these phases go on. He's hitting harder now than he was when he did these attacks before. And then I also have Vuln stacks on because I've not bothered to dodge stuff. Not that it matters.
Sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
Thanks, Bugger Boy. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever done him as a scholar. I've killed him a lot of times as a white mage, though, to try and get his extreme mount. Which reminds me, I still need to finish getting all of the extreme mounts from A Realm Reborn.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Fucking Asians.
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
She's new, I think. Never since we first fought have I seen you drawn upon the full extent of your power. Never from afar till this day. You were a marvel to behold. Well, 'tis time we've rejoined our companions. They'll be eager to hear the tale, and to continue our journey. that'll be... The lesson in humility will be another ether quest. There's another one back at Tailfeather. That would leave us with probably one more from the MSQ. Maybe 2 from the MSQ. As well as the exploration ones. I'm not going to get flight today for this region. Oh yeah, I don't need to be stealthy. I'm level 75. These guys won't aggro to me. So yeah, we'll turn this in. That should then let us unlock the Vath tribe quests. So I can do those off stream. And we'll go and quickly do the Thavnarian Onion quest in Ishgard. Have you the muskets? Thank you, Hunter. With these we can arm ourselves, defend ourselves. We are of the same blood as the Nath, but even we find it utterly unnerving. The way they think as one, the way they move as one. It is hard to imagine us as the same people. I should go back to Machinist for the experience. After, Lady Isal, thank the 12. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious the Vath never mentioned his name, and you're quite certain he will keep his word. There was an honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to After. Never did I doubt you, Warrior of Light. Unlike some, you were gone so long that Master Alphino here nigh lost his wits with worry, fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was. Estinian, was that truly necessary? Not truly necessary, but certainly true. What matters is that the Primal is banished, and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidofnir without delay. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm Rosvelger. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. Yup. And now we can do the naming of the Vath, which syncs to your current level. So I could do this as a samurai. Great Hunter, we are honored that you have returned to our humble hive. There is something which weighs heavily on our mind, very heavy. We have a newcomer to Lothas Vath. He has not yet proved himself useful, and so he has no name. So determined is he to find his place that he left the sanctuary to forage in the forest of the east. He has not returned. It has been difficult as of late, very difficult. We have grown hungry, and food remains scarce. The One Mind has seen to that. This nameless one means well, but he is highly curious with his newfound senses. This makes him vulnerable. The forest is the domain of the hunters. and his intentions may be misunderstood, for men have not the means to tell Vath from Nath at a glance. Will you not lend us your assistance in finding him? Will you travel to the Hunters of the East and ask if they have seen him? Kind hunter, generous hunter, you have our gratitude. Please make haste so that the weight of our mind can be lifted. Fuck it, I'll just fast travel. There he is. Yes, we are the Nameless One. Have you been sent by the storyteller? Tell your hunter friend to release me at once. We are not of the One Mind. We are Vath. I don't care if he's a two-headed bandersnatch. He ain't going anywhere. I'm detaining him for stealing our resources. Normally, I'd say we're more lenient than the Nath in terms of territory, so long as they don't hunt in excess or attack us. But then this overgrown Valkin comes and gobbles up all the Geisel greens we laid in our traps. Enough bait to keep a drove of chocobos sated for days. Gone. With nothing to show for it. So hungry we were. We could not help ourselves. Unable to hunt, unable to forage. We are no different from a parasite. If only we could find a way to release ourselves from this pitiful way of life. Well, if you insist. You misunderstand. Spare us our life. It is all we have. Aye, spare it he will. Stop tormenting the poor creature, Grimold. He doesn't know any better. We ain't savages, but we ain't charitable neither. You'll have to pay us back for the greens you ate. And seeing as you don't have anything of you on value, it's like you'll have to work off your debt. Last I checked, we're running a mite low on arrow shafts. Harvest me some Milia branches and we'll call it square, eh? Very well. Release us and we shall do as you say. Of course, I ain't fool enough to let him go off alone. I'd ask that you see to it that the Beastman don't flee from his debt after. And if he does, I'll have every hunter from here to the 100 Throws after him for thievery. Understand? We are free. Much appreciated, hunter. Now then, to the smouldering wastes. I feel like my mount speed is higher here. That would be because it is. Nice. I guess I got that from killing Ravana and just didn't notice. But it's making a big impact. Oh, hey. Well then, the storyteller must be waiting for us. We make for Lotha's Vath. You need to keep your word. Yes, we know. If we flee, we will never again be able to move freely. To the non-mind, independence is all. If we take too long, the hunters will surely come after us. Kind hunter, will you help us? We will not ask you to bear the entire burden. 1 sapling should be enough. We will gather the rest on our own. Easy. Have you the branch? Many thanks for this. Let us return to the hunter's camp and be done with it. Wait, where the fuck am I going? Oh, to speak with Marshal. Well, call me a Chocobo's uncle. I'm impressed. You've given me more than your debt called for. These branches will make for fine arrows. We've usually got to send a whole party of adventurers to hunters even to gather this much. What with the milliers thrashing about and the nath lurking in the brush. Even with those scrawny arms and legs, you proved more useful than I thought. We were useful? I'd say so. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back with so much. Or to come back at all, to be honest. We too will be honest. We thought to flee, but this hunter persuaded us to stay. But we were useful? I said you were, didn't I? In fact, I tell you what, since you brought me more than a fortnight's worth, I'll even throw in a small reward. A sack of Geisel greens to take home to your kin. A reward? You mean more of those tasty greens? For being useful? We tried to find a way to be useful at Lothar-Svath. We tried, but we could not find our purpose. Well, we hunters ain't like to turn away an extra pair of hands, beastmen or not. And we offer fair pay to adventurers willing to take on the more dangerous tasks. Ain't that right, After? Adventure? There are those who travel to the wilds of their own accord? Risk life and limb all for the sake of these rewards? Such excitement, such fortune! We want to become an adventurer. Can't say I've come across an adventurer who requested Geisel greens as a reward, but we're willing to compensate for honest work. If it's food you're after, I'm sure we could arrange for some spare cuts of meat too. More crunchy greens and juicy flesh? Enough to feed our colony. We will relay this to Storyteller at once. That's right. So the entire point of the Vath tribe is to basically set up trade with the other residents of Dravania. And for your trouble, you get like a hummingbird-esque insect mount. As well as there's a couple of unique armor sets that you can get for glam. Not that they're that great, but you can get them. I might save the Thavnarian onion quest for next time, because it's getting late. Thank you, Hunter, for bringing our nameless brother back. We hope he was not a burden on you. She is no hunter, storyteller. She is an adventurer, and we are a burden no more. Look at what we have brought you. What strange-looking plants, yet they have such a delightfully bitter taste. We have other news too. We have found our purpose. We will become an adventurer too. If we work hard, the hunters promise to reward us with food. Food for the colony. You mean the hunters of the East? We thought it safer to limit contact with them, but they gave you such delicious rewards. You have done well, Nameless One. With your newfound purpose, we are sure you will ease the hunger of your brothers and sisters. But trading with the hunters will not solve all of our woes. Much more is required for our survival. Yes, much more. Our colony is falling into disrepair. We need metals for our defenses. We need clay for our walls. The One Mind knows this. They seek to impoverish us. A few of our non-mind brothers tried to steal such things from Lothast Gath. They never returned. The Overmind rages at what he sees as boldness, even though we are mere leeches, partaking of tiny drops of their blood. Tiny drops! Even leeches do not loathe their own host as much as we. It is shameful that we must rely on the One Mind to survive. You can rely on us, Storyteller. We shall travel the realm and offer our services in exchange for resources. We will bring back precious rewards from beyond. Travel the realm? You mean to cross the Hunter's borders to lands beyond? Nameless One, it is too dangerous. Fear not, it is what adventurers do. To explore unknown lands, meet their people, obtain greater rewards, strengthen the colony. You speak strongly of your purpose. Very well. Should you succeed, we can sever ourselves from the One Mind completely. We can truly become our own masters. But do not become a pest, seeking work where there is none. The hunters may take offense at your eagerness to obtain rewards. How will you know when your services are required? An adventurers guild? A place to exchange information and gather requests from another? Nameless One, no such place exists here. If this is your solution, you must start your own. But I am certain you will not be alone. Some of your brothers and sisters still want for purpose. Seek them out. An adventurers guild. There is much to do. But first, we will introduce you to our brothers. Come, come. This is the stick peddler. He peddles sticks. He lost his connection with the Overmind near the same time as we did. There was one other, but we do not see him. You mean the Keen Eye? He saw shadows fly across the colony. He was hungry, and said he would hunt the shadows east towards the river. He could not have gone far, for he fears the water, fears it much. He would not cross the river unless it was near the bridge. Wise Vath know to avoid the bridge, for ferocious dragons often lurk near it. Could it be they were the shadows the Keen Eye saw? Brave adventurer, could you check the bridge while we search the area for the Keen Eye? He could be in trouble. Do not slay dragons if you see them. Dead dragons will invite reprisals. We will lend you one of our Kongamato. We have fitted it with a contraption which sprays a putrid smoke which irritates, but does not wound. Yes, irritates. We got too close to it once. Most irritating. The Kongamato are unaccustomed to fleshling riders. If you fall off, talk to the stick peddler. He will help you get back on. Now let us find the Kenai. Yep, and this is the mount that you get for completing the Vath questline. It's honestly a bit of a fucking weird one. I'm not a great fan of it. But there is a beast tribe that has a mount that I do like, which is the Cloud Mallow, I think it's called, which is basically you riding on a giant dandelion, like seed bunch. God, it burns! I don't like this game anymore. Why'd you do this? That was easy. Neff has been dyeing her hair, and apparently she thinks she got a bad batch of dye, and now she hates her hair. Oh no. He is the Kenai, so he named himself, for he never tires of discovery. He returned to the hive soon after you departed to search the bridge. We are grateful to you for your assistance. We enjoy exploring the lands near the colony, but we were careless in our search for curious things. Our nameless brother tells us he will open an adventurers guild in Lothas Vath. It was not long ago that we too yearned for purpose, and we will gladly join him in his mission. Then it is decided. The Kenai will help us find many opportunities for adventure, many opportunities. But our guild is not yet complete. We are unsure of the actual trade of adventuring, how to find things, how to fight things. We cannot do it without an experienced teacher. Kind adventurer, will you teach us your ways? Very well. Wonderful, wonderful. From now on, we shall call on you as a master of the craft. Master! Leave the construction of the guild to us. The Kenai will be on the lookout for our hunter friends and any requests they may have. But there are very few adventurers to carry out the tasks now. Very few. In fact, only you. We were hoping you could show us how it is done. The storyteller told me he is most pleased with your deeds to our colony. Consider us friends, and from now on let us work together. For the guild! And now that we have found purpose, I shall be nameless no longer. As I long to have so deft an arm in adventuring, I shall call myself Deft Arm. The nameless one is now called the Vath Deft Arm, and an adventurers guild has been constructed in Lothas Vath. The Hunters of Tailfeather are now clients of the Adventurers Guild. And now I can do tribal quests for the Vath. And they sell fruit that buffs your chocobo temporarily. I can also get some other bits, but until we level up with them, there's not going to be much that's too great. But yeah, that gives us the first of the new set of beast tribes to start working on, because I've not been using any of my tribal currency or tribal allowance because there hasn't been anything for me to really benefit from it. You get very little experience, you get very little gil, and I don't need any of the A Realm Reborn tribal currency. So, yeah. Anyway, that is going to be where I call it for today, because it is 25 to 2 in the morning. Yeah, I need to go to bed. But I imagine that when I next stream, which will probably not be until Friday now, I will probably have gotten the Scholar Relic up to a later stage for A Realm Reborn. Potentially, probably have gotten Bard up to 71. Done a bunch of stuff for the Va. And I feel like there was something else. Oh yeah, the yokai event, I'll probably have the weapons that are linked to Heavensward zones, because now that I can fly in the Western Highlands, I can farm the fates there. So yeah, thank you for watching. I will catch you next time. Have a good one. Later.